Hello. Stream is on. We are going to be studying. We'll finish our tutorial questions for Comm1100. We'll finish the pre-tutorial and then we'll do 1 hour of calculus. Very minimal work this week. Still very chill, leading up to week 4, which is our midterms. But most commerce courses are relatively slow on the most part. As long as we finish our work, we don't have much to do. There's not much obligation throughout the week. I really would like for the screen shit to work. One more time, we're gonna celebrate. We're gonna celebrate. I really would like. Don't know what's the reason. Unfortunately, it's not gonna work. We will just turn off the iPad, but the content will be online. What are we looking at? We're looking at pretty sure I did this. Post lecture. Have I done it? Do it before Friday. Guess I haven't. mean, it should be false. I'm cooked. You tell me, bro. I don't want to fail this one. Wait, have I watched the lecture? I don't know. Chat GB. Did I lose some marks here because I'm a dumbass? I mean, I've definitely read the thing. Have I watched the lecture? Not really.
Although that's key. You have a dictatorship, no? Because again, it's an interpretation. It's designed to almost. This particular character was already coming off the full board. So if you want to watch legal behavior, it enters into control in the industry by regulators.
Okay, I guess that means we gotta watch the video. Finish week 3 toots, watch the lecture, do the pre-toot, and then our calc. Yep. Turning off that. Yep. Okay. We're gonna run some pre-toot shit. I was supposed to finish last week. I haven't, unfortunately. Pre-toot week 3 first. Sorry, and solutions. Okay, I've done these 3. Suppose that a price in a perfectly competitive market is above equilibrium price. Using graph, explain how market forces will influence the price in the market. Good notes. Okay, cool question. A perfectly competitive market means everyone is a price taker, right? Means both suppliers and consumers are price takers, which implies that a change in, suppose that a price in a perfectly competitive market is above the market equilibrium price. Sorry, market equilibrium. Okay, I'll just take one of the graphs are already done basically. Okay, I know how to do. Okay, you know what? I'll run this shit through Discord so that we still get a screen running. And then as long as I create a second video capture, sorry, display capture for, I don't know, for my other monitor, right? So this becomes the main boy, but we're going to bring this one to the back. Yep. And then this other one that we're trying to run, where's the second capture device? Is this the second? Okay. The hell? What happened? Stream, bruh. Okay. And it should be that if I run it like right here and no, I want this here and this here. Will you be the one to go when I lose control? Bro, it's too much of a hassle. Begging. Okay, we'll just keep studying. So we're at market equilibrium. There's a new price in a perfectly competitive market. That would mean that by law of demand, price increase implies decrease in demand, right? So demand curve, right, which is specifically our consumers and our price takers, consumers demand curve moves outward. Right, so a outward does it move inward? No. A price increase means the demand should drop. So it should move inward. Yes. It should move inward. Should move inward. And then that is the new price, and the equilibrium, market equilibrium, moves down along the supply curve. Yeah. That should be it. So an increase in price means that the demand has dropped. Wait, what? Does demand drop imply a lower market equilibrium? I have no clue right now. Okay, I do want to check my answers. So here, I wrote some shit out. Marginal cost in hours should be like 0.6, 1.2, 1.8, 2.6, 3.2. Same here, 0, $9, $12, 18, 27, 30, 39, 48. Sorry, 39, 63. Okay, I did calculate wrong then. 4.2. Fine, whatever. Yeah, it's just 3.2 to 4.2 because my mental math is bad. Okay, and price change. Sorry, the marginal cost is $63. Right, and then to maximize our earnings, how many packages should she deliver? So it's basically our revenue in that many packages subtracted by the total cost, basically. This is total cost. Yep. 1.2 times 15 bucks. Yep. If something's worth doing, keep doing it until your marginal benefit equals your marginal cost. Penelope should continue delivering packages as long as her marginal cost is less than or equal to each package. So she should deliver 5 packages. Okay, valid. They do it. Okay. Now I could totally understand the way they do it. They have marginal benefit. Right. So added benefit of doing one more. Yeah. Right. So it should be like 20 bucks here, 20 bucks here. And 20 bucks here. So it's bigger. Now that's smaller. So the marginal benefit gets a lot smaller at the 6th one. So she should deliver 5 daily. Practice question. Her total earnings is $100. Her opportunity cost and $48 is $78. So she should continue to deliver packages. Huh? Why? Why should she? So are you... Okay, no, whatever. She should by cost-benefit principle. But she'd be better off spending all that time at the salon. Whatever, bro. Stupid question. Alright. Yep. Let's see this. An increase in price of apples causes a movement along the demand curve. By the law of demand, an increase in the price of apples causes a decrease in the quantity demanded. Is that what I did? Yes. Movement up along the demand curve due to the shift upward in the supply curve. Less quantity demanded for apples. Clearly. Okay, not too hard. Okay, because Coca-Cola and Pepsi are substitutes, a decrease in the price will cause a decrease in demand for Coca-Cola. That's also what I did. So I drew a demand curve dropping. Yep, for any given price it drops. Okay, automobiles are complements, so that's also what we drew. More are normal good, which means the demand increases. That is, richer people tend to spend more on travel. So did I draw that? Yes, an increase. But ramen noodles will be a decrease of inferior goods, actually. Yep. Is that it? Yep. Okay. Third one. New evidence of importance. Market price of oranges increases. Supply curve doesn't necessarily shift, just more quantity. Right? Yep. That's basically what I drew. The price of steel decreases, so the barrier to supply drops. You can supply more at a cheaper price, so the whole thing drops. Yep. For the banana, when there's a fungi infection, it will increase. Yep. Shifts up or to left. Yep. And they are complements. So, is that what I drew? I drew a like cheaper. Oh, what did I drew? Cheaper inputs. Okay, this was the only one that okay. Therefore, complement goods are good. Okay, and then the question that we just did was, we're saying by law of demand, price increase means a decrease in the demand. So the demand curve should drop. If the price is above, okay, so this is a different type of analysis that I should understand. If the price is above the market equilibrium, there will be an excess supply. Sellers that are unable to attract a customer will have incentive to lower prices. Is that What the fuck? So excess supply and excess demand. Okay, something that I basically haven't grasped. So I will just cross that out. Alright. Okay. Excess supply, you said. Excess supply. And most of these curves, I need to take away supply curve, supply equals only supply curve. Don't show demand curve. Okay. And market equilibrium. Market equilibrium graph. So a price there would mean this part here is that what they usually say? Excess supply and excess demand. Excess supply. Hard time. Since everyone is a price taker, is price taker. And since price too high, for market, suppliers aim to reduce prices to get people to buy. Okay. Show on a graph and explain how each of the following would affect the equilibrium price and quantity in a perfectly competitive market. Hell yeah. Am I close to done? 10 questions. Okay. Show on a graph. I feel like I need to down a monster right now, guys. The effect of a decrease in iron ore in the market for automobiles. How would this be different from whatever we've done? Let's try it. Let's basically utilize what we've learned about needing to use excess supply and excess demand. We have a market equilibrium graph for the market for automobiles. A effect of the decrease in price of iron ore in the market for automobiles. And so the equilibrium price for automobiles. Well, it usually would mean that decrease in input, production input, decrease in price of production input.
What if you could create winning ads 10 times faster? From finding inspiration to the final performance release.
Fuck is foreplay, bro?
The best brands and agencies in the world don't have a secret to scale. We just use a little foreplay. The most powerful platform to realize your performance and creative potential. Unleash creative flow state by searching over 100 million ads. Save, organize, and share from anywhere. Understand market trends and direction with 24/7 competitor tracking. Connect your own ad account to align performance and creativity. And finally, get clarity through a single lens that your entire team can understand. When performance and creativity become one, scale becomes inevitable. This is alignment. This is insight. This is creative velocity and performance moving faster than ever. This is foreplay.
I don't know. Decrease in price of production input would mean would usually mean for automobile suppliers, it means a supply curve shifting, right? Supply shift downwards or rightwards, right? So more at same price. Right. So they can create more now. They have excess supply now, right? Okay, let's think. They don't give me the price. Think of the price. Let's say price is P0. But basically it's there. There should be an excess supply of goods. Right? Excess demand. Excess demand. because price is affordable. Automobile mobile prices increase to market equilibrium to stabilize. I'm I'm yapping, so we'll see it. Decrease in the price of iron will cause the supply curve to shift, and an increase in, okay, so no excess bullshit. Okay. So I've been describing market equilibrium bullshit for a while now. Okay. If I were to delete it, I would delete this. I don't know. I delete this. This. Taking out all the QS's and shit. I guess that's cleaner. Okay, no demand bullshit. Okay, what we have is relatively correct. We've got a market equilibrium price, right? So this is our ME1. Let's call it ME. PME and P quantity. QME, quantity in market equilibrium and price in market equilibrium. A decrease in price of the production means the supply shift would supply downwards. So I go like right here. Boom. And then I'd name that QS prime. And we have a new price. New market equilibrium. At a decreased price. At a decreased price. And okay. Sorry. The effect of a cyclone. So this is an external thing. A cyclone destroys banana trees and decreases in income on market for bananas. Assume that bananas are an inferior good. Sorry. Right. I mean, we'll start with the first thing. That the supply would increase drastically. Right? Okay, so we've got this curve. The supply will increase drastically. Okay. So decrease. External output. Sorry, external stimulus. Stimuli. This. Damn it. Increases barrier to banana production. So increase, sorry, upward shift in supply curve. Second thing they said was a simultaneous decision in the income market for bananas. So simultaneous decrease in the income. So people are less likely to buy shit. Right? They have less money. And so does demand shift inward as well? Yes. And then we're going to look at the new, basically new, new shit. QD prime. And this is new QD. I would realistically say that the thing will drop under. That's probably how they want us to draw it. Yes, but this is where the curve is right now. Okay. So the market equilibrium should just like get shorter for both. And so I think the conclusion is that the overall societal benefit has just dropped. right? So we're gonna compare the size of the benefit before to the size of the benefit after. Something like that. What's number 2? Sorry, new preference, right? So just a preference. No, not preference. It's a decrease in income. Decrease in income. Wait, a decrease in income on the market for bananas. And they want us to say that bananas are inferior good. Decreasing income means demand for banana. Yeah, okay. For banana increases. Cause it's inferior. Cheaper to buy. Right? So in my mind I'm like, hey, okay, I'm $10 poor, what am I gonna buy? I'm gonna buy bananas because they're cheap. So actually before we draw anything, yes, the demand shift, the demand curve, right? So supply shift, demand curve shifts rightward. Okay, I see an actual crazy thing, but that means that that's what happened. So, wait, quantity should drop. Yeah, quantity should drop. So this should go higher back. And price should increase. Yeah, that's true. That sounds so trippy with the names. Sounds really trippy. Yeah, it should be, yeah. That's what I think. Like, price increase. Sorry, demand for banana increase, but supply banana decrease. So price of banana should go up. The destruction will cause the curve to shift left, while the decrease in income will cause the demand curve to shift right. And so we're looking at a increase in the equilibrium price, but an ambiguous effect on equilibrium quantity. Yep. In the figure drawn, the effects of the change in supply dominates, so Q decreases slightly. Price should go up, but quantity is ambiguous. I mean, I was trying to do it. I'll show you guys. Oh, you guys can't see it. That one. That should, yep. Yep. It's okay. Okay, 5C now. The effect of a new, more efficient technique for making bread on the market for pasta. Make your assumptions about the relationships between bread and pasta. Is bread a complement to pasta? I think bread is a substitute for pasta. So it's very ambiguous, but it's okay. It should be that, let's think. New efficient technique for making bread. Supply of bread. Supply curve drops, more bread is made. Demand for pasta decreases. I'll just draw the demand decreases. So quantity supplied does not change, right? Because it says the same. Okay, so new technology, no new technology for pasta. The quantity, the supply curve stays the same, but the demand should drop. Yep. And so the market equilibrium price should go from an initial QME to a new QME, and also PME to yep. And then so the main thing that we are describing is the market equilibrium moves along supply curve depending on the change in demand. Yep. The results decrease in the equilibrium quantity market for pasta. Decrease in okay. The effect of a study showing negative effects of red meat consumption on health on the market for hamburgers. Well, hamburgers have red meat, so this is a complement good. And a negative effect influences a preference. So, market equilibrium graph for hamburgers. Hamburger. どうです。おはよう。とみちゃん。にゃっとさん。トム。ME graph for hamburger. Well, supply still doesn't change. Demand drops. So, preferences perhaps. People may feel okay, so it should be the same as the other one. I think so. That's it. Once again. Yep. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life, it's a... Oh, they're talking too much. I'm with Christina. Let me see how she's doing. Hi, baby. Hell no, don't. Why does this dude have an 8-pack? That's Vietnam. Okay. Feels great. I've lost some of my abs. Rồi. Hủ tiếu mì bò. Rồi. Không, mày ăn quá nhiều rồi chia đây nè. Mày không thể là một thằng béo. Chúng ta sẽ học tiếp. The effect of freezing weather that destroys a large share of the orange crop. They are a normal good. Increase in the fuck it, I'll just draw it. What do you want me to do? Right, so demand does not change. But that's pretty clean. But the supply does increase. Right? Done. So it's QS2. QS2. Let's do QS prime. What else? Yep, that's it. So price increases for sure. Right? Price increases. Price ME increases, but the quantity is ambiguous. Crops die. Less quantity for same price. Market equilibrium means that there will be a definite PME prime and PME. My bad, bro. Okay, never mind. It's just both. How do we know when it's bananas? Explain why a firm with market power faces a downward sloping demand curve while perfectly horizontal demand curve. Oh, easy. Well, that's the same as saying what's that? Let me copy it over. I really like our UNSW Sydney logo. It's pretty. Corday something. I don't give a shit. We've got a clean thing. Okay, let's delete this. Why a firm with market power faces downward sloping demand curve. Okay, demand curve. Okay, I'll just explain it. But like market power is arrived from having like a competitive advantage, right? In some way or another. Whether that might be some intellectual property that protects it, some extra capital, some more market share, perhaps, right? So all of these things allow influence. Allow influence on market price. And so because they are crucial, this makes sure that in their graph their slope just means that their elasticity is very low. Elasticity is perhaps less than 1. Or elasticity is less than 2. And that's on the higher end. Oh, that's a little bit strong. Okay, elasticity is less than 1. Okay. Whereas in a perfectly competitive firm, long term, any firm can leave and enter. They are price takers and sell homogeneous goods, which just means that there are tons of competition. For exact same product. And so any specific price change was given a flat curve means that the any price change, if not exactly, would make consumers choose the cheaper option. I don't know how else, but yep. Competitors willing to sell homogeneous products at market equilibrium. Competitive firm can call all it wants at the market price, but will sell nothing if it charges any price above market price. Therefore, it faces a perfectly elastic or horizontal demand slope. Okay, so I should use the term perfectly elastic in its pricing strategy. All right. Therefore, it faces a downward sloping demand curve. In the case of a monopolist, the demand curve is the same as the market demand curve. So, monopolist, think Apple maybe, or think like what's biggest monopolist firm? Google, Standard Oil. Luxottica. I've never heard of Luxottica. Does it run every single Ray-Ban, Persol, Chanel, Prada, Armani? Luxottica. Sick, bro. ASML. Oh, is this that Hong Kong chip place? Dutch. They made the hard. Yeah, yep. Transistors. Google search basically, right? Google search. ASML. Chips. They are the only one that makes chips? Microchips. Let's look at their stock performance over the past 6 months, 1 year, 5 years. Okay, it looks like it's climbing. Maybe it's dropping. If we came in at 650, it would be that would be a large increase. Okay, very cool. How about Google? We'll look at 6 months. Hard to beat stock prices. I don't know how to even. Why was Google stock price? Why was it down since the peak? I want to know. If I invested a long time ago. Huge IPO. Yeah, it's not even called Google, it's called Alphabet Inc. Okay, very cool. What else? Practice question 7. Their market demand curve is their firm's okay. Suppose that there is one pizzeria in small townsville, making it a monopoly. The pizzeria has zero fixed cost and a constant marginal cost of $5 per pepperoni pizza. It faces the following demand schedule. Complete the table by calculating the pizzeria's total revenue and marginal revenue. I like doing it. Unfortunately, I've missed out on a quiz that I could have 100% cooked. Because the first term quiz, probably the easiest. But you know what? Don't really care. I can do it again. Sorry? Is this price for... Okay. It's price for the quantity. What do you mean total revenue? Okay. Price per pizza. Yep. Total rev is $38 on the first one. We'll just run the numbers real quick. Run the numbers. Nice meme. It's very nice pun. Is Christine texting? I miss Christine. Cute. Let me see if I can get this for her. Coming this August. They're really cute. Olivia Rodrigo Lego set. Pre-order, maybe? Sells for $50 and $120. We can secure these online. Let's see if we can get them for baby Olivia. Can't find it. Is there a Wednesday one that I could also buy? Very beautiful. Cute. Okay. Before we realized we were sad of getting old, made us so restless. Oh, I'm so mad I'm getting old. It was just like a movie. Sounded like a song When we were young. Okay, back to studying or some shit.
People get up every day, they do the same thing, tell themselves they're gonna change their life one day.
I will.
You change.
Don't you play with me. I will.
How much you with?
$64. Come on.
Oh, come on. Why is it always
60.
I fucking owe it to myself to do this? That
45.
No. Fuck you. You don't owe it to yourself.
You don't fucking owe it. You owe it to every fucking single person.
And you're sitting on a winning lottery ticket. It's too much of a pussy to cash it in.
Yeah, fuck you, Will Hunting.
Because I'd do fucking anything to have what you got.
Fucking smartass bitch. Don't be dumb. Total marginal revenue. Which is the same thing as the total change in rev
You can't do something.
over the change in quantity sold.
You gotta protect it. People can't do something themselves. They want to tell you you can't do it. You want something.
That's $14 onto another dollar, right? We'll start with 0 here, and then it's $14 for the dollar, and then that's $8 for the next one. That's $4 for the next one. That's on Are you saying we're losing $4? Yeah, it does look like it. So we're down $4, and we're down $15 in rev. What the fuck? Down $3. What am I charging, bro? What is he charging? Whatever, who gives a shit? $632, $18. Explain why the pizza's marginal revenue is less than its price using your calculation for a price of 16 as an example. Okay, so for price of 16 bucks, we're pulling price of 16 bucks, and we see that the marginal revenue is $4. Just think it through, bro. It shouldn't be too hard. Constant marginal cost of $5 a piece. Quantity demanded and price per pizza. Less than its price. What do you mean? Okay, price for pizza. at $16. The quantity demanded is 16. The at $16, the quantity demanded is 4 pizzas. Oh. Come on. Wait, $4. Okay. The marginal revenue I'm doing wrong. No, I'm doing right. Don't worry. Yeah, extra $4 for the next pizza. You lose $4 for the 5th pizza. Yep. It's 4 pizzas. Each pizza costs $5. And we'd only get paid $16. So we our revenue so our marginal revenue of going to 4 pizzas actually harms us. I don't know. We're just, you know what I mean? What's the profit maximizing price for this pizzeria? It would be it'd probably be a dollar a pizza. $1 a pizza. Sorry. Single pizzas. Right? You're right, $30. 14, 8, yep, 4, yep, -4, yep, -6, yep. I tried to do some mathematics. You get it? You get it. 6, 7. It's okay. So they're saying if we go to 4 pizzas, each pizza is worth 16. If we stayed 3 pizzas, each pizza is worth 20. The jump of 1 extra pizza to give us $16 more has also reduced the price of the other 3 pizzas. So we essentially lose $12. Why is marginal rev less than price?
You can always be thinner. Look better.
What do you mean? It already is less than its price. Would you say like marginal gain? I don't know. Well, the marginal gain's $4, right? And then the price is you're saying its price is like its cost, right? Price? Cost. Broski. I'll ask ChatGPT. I'm particularly concerned about question B. Explain why the pizzeria's marginal revenue is less than its price. I mean, we know that its price is $16. It used to be $20. It dropped down to $16. After, let's say, if we switch from 3 to 4, right? So from 3 pizzas, each pizza is worth $20, and you go to 4 pizzas, you get the extra benefit of the $16 a pizza, the $16 for the extra pizza. But all the other 3 pizzas lose its value, right? So you're losing basically $12. But I don't understand what they're asking. Hey, why is the marginal revenue less than its price? I know the marginal revenue has decreased. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. I ate a lot today as well. What does ChatGPT say? I'm looking. Bang. 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 Oh, he's just power shotting it. Bang. Oh. He's applying like the light spin on it. Okay, so he's going full on. Let's see what he does. What do you want me to? Bang. 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 Goated or what? I'm so tired. It sounds pretty fucking crazy. I'm so hungry. Ay, yo, Christine. Last reel before we study. No, the profit maximizing price would be dude, just do a little bit of yapping, eh? Who gives a shit? No, I don't think we should sell single pizzas. So you only benefit 33 bucks. Right, so we'll just calculate it. We'll just call it what, like max profit maxing. And here we have a $33. Here we have 52 minus 10 is $42. 60 minus 15 is $45. And 64 minus 20 bucks is $44. So this one right here. Revenue max. Profit max. Right? So we are taking rev, which is price times quantity, minus costs, total cost, which is just marginal cost times Q here. We get our answer. I mean, theoretically, like intuitively, like we would not do what they do. You know, it's just better after like, but whatever. They can eat shit. Okay. Ooh, so we have question 8, question 9, and question 10. Suppose that Carrie's car wash is the only car wash in its suburb. So it's a monopoly. Complete the table. I like these complete the table questions. They're pretty fun. So ballsy. Yo, studying in UNSW is taxing, bro. How about you not? Saying Shah. Total revenue is $26. I will have some fun. Here's a .3 is very nice. $26 hairs. $44 hairs. Give me the price. 22 to 18, extra 18 with a 4 decrease. That's pretty nice. but 18 to 14, 14.4. So you lose out on 12 bucks to gain 14 bucks and $2. Okay, but 36 plus 8, 8 times 3 plus 30 is equal to, well, 24 plus 30 is 54. Final $14. You split that up, you get $28 each. That's $56 in total. Okay. Is that right? Just making sure. The marginal revenue is once again the change in the total revenue divided by the change in the quantity that we are selling. Just a concept about marginality. But we should be looking at $26 here. The price jump from 26 to 44, that's $4, $18. So $18. The marginal revenue once again is going to be $10 right here, and then $2. So we will find out if her marginal cost is equal to 10. The profit maximizing is going to be this one, right? It's where to them it's like the marginal costs, right? If we just like put something here, like marginal costs, and we want it, this is 10, 10, 10. So they say it's the last unit. This is the last unit where marginal revenue is larger than marginal costs. If she does not two at $22. If she does not incur any fixed costs, what is her total profit? Okay, so total profit. If no fixed, we get, what do we get here? We get 16 bucks. We get 34 bucks. No. 24 bucks. 54 minus 3 of 10 is 24. I've been talking to myself for a long time. It's okay. 56 divided by minus 40. That's 16 bucks. And what do you mean? What's her total profit? Okay, yeah, that for each quantity, right? That's what I'm assuming. Suppose that there were nearby cars with the same marginal cost. What would be the equilibrium level? Many. How do you find equilibrium level output? With this be like a question where I would set up something? I mean, I could set it up because we're looking at a price decrease here of $4 a pop, right? Since it looks like we could be doing we're doing price is equal to $26 minus 4 of Q, with Q being at 1. Yep. Looks like demand could be written by that equation, where the price and what's the supply? I don't know. And we assume now that the many nearby implies a perfectly competitive market. Right? If I were to draw a graph now, I get a horizontal supply curve, demand curve. Ow. Think. Margin of revenue. I mean, you start off with I mean, you would characterize this equation, from what I remember, from what I think of the lectures. Could we think of any way around it? Nearby with same marginal cost. Huge supply for it. Doesn't really matter, but we're in a competitive place now. Would the equilibrium probably be? Don't know. We'll see. Okay, do we check that off our list? Okay, well, in here it only says a 56. Yes. Profit maximizing output is okay. Wait, what? Sorry. So 18 bucks for the 3. 24 bucks. If you give me the fucking numbers. Yeah, so yeah. That's right, that's wrong. Will become price takers. Will sell as long as the market price. Right? So the price taker thing implies that the market price is the revenue, right? ChatGPT is better, bro. Hey, isn't the marginal revenue at 10 bucks a pop? Like when we're trying to sell it 10 bucks a pop, -$6. And one of the questions was what would be equilibrium level of output and price? Well, I know that as long as she sells it for $10 and she makes it for $10, she's doing it. But like where marginal revenue is equal to marginal cost, that would mean it would be the thing that we talked about, where the marginal revenue and marginal cost is $10. A marginal revenue is $10 and marginal cost is $10, which is at the quantity demanded of $3 and the price of 18. So why is it price of 10 and quantity of 5? Two questions. The protein we're eating is not satiating. I'm going back to chicken mince and shit. I thought I ate a big meal. I guess not. What? Ted's Tunnels has been given permission to build a tunnel under the Sydney Harbour and charge a toll for vehicles that pass through. Does this mean I need to wake up early to... 11's the lecture. I want to be up and watching the differential equation lecture. It's 2. I could finish the homework here. What this? Okay. Okay. Cool. Economics work. Who gives a shit? What I would do is bring everything to the side, though. This is very painful to be... Why are they hitting it? You're hitting some massive weight. A. I want to look at marginal revenue. Right? Marginal revenue at 0 trips is $0. A whopping $0. Whereas the change of, okay, let's think. Yes, I want to be looking at marginal revenue, right? Which is the change in total revenue over change in people. Is it not? Some waste of space, brother. I mean, revenue would be minimal, right? But it wouldn't be negative. Let's just make sure. Would marginal revenue we start off with total revenue. What? Here, I'm lagging out. something about an extra marginal cost or some type of a social cost or external cost, and that external cost creates a loss to surplus. Shut up. So I need to watch the lecture and then the pre-tut material and then the calculus. Then tomorrow I finish the algebra. We should get an hour of algebra tomorrow actually. But I want to do the lab test. We're gonna get a little bit hectic in the upcoming weeks. But we're okay. So there's one in there's a consultation for a quiz next week. So we have a quiz next week, which is pretty tough. I have sent them an email. This guy is not replying, brother. Yeah, I reach for you. Let me create a new draft to come. Hi. Hi, I have tried to email through Moodle, but it seems like no, it wouldn't be visible. I will recopy my email. I may I am to hello hi course coordinators through Moodle. I'm in week three, so I have missed the first in-person test. I was wondering for my own studies that I could have a copy of the first test, so that by week 5 I know what to be expecting out of. Thank you. Best regards.
Phil Ivey has over $1 million now. Won a little $45,800 continuation bet.
This hand is legendary. The GOAT Phil Ivey versus Fearless Comm1100.
He just called. 3 of spades on the turn. 162,000 in the pot already. The man with 9 high bets 123-2.
Ivey doesn't believe it. He's hanging in there with the no flush draw.
He decides to call. Ivy makes a pair of 6s on the river. Misses the flush, misses the straight.
Juan has nothing. This guy has
Does he fold this? Dude.
Having to make this decision is one of the pitfalls of slow playing big pairs pre-flop.
Daniel calls. The river. Four of diamonds giving Barry a flush.
Barry called the turn hoping to hit a diamond. Let's see if he still likes it.
Oh, he does. Barry's all in.
Oh, I think they fold then.
Those are pretty much the kings of comedy at this point.
Daniel folds.
I really see Barry making this play without a flush or a full house.
Doyle calls and sees the bad news.
If I raised the flop, I would have lost the whole thing.
Yeah, I wasn't going anywhere.
No, had to.
Pocket kings for Daniel. Just calls.
Yeah, kings and a flush. Would you? I don't even know, bro.
Most people only make money.
Look at this dude, man. Is he crazy? His team is down by 21 points, and as a star player, he's actually sitting on the sidelines eating a meal. Facing backlash from his teammates, he just points at the scoreboard and says, 10 minutes left, bro. That's plenty of time for me. This arrogant kid is none other than the current #1 high school player in America, Tyron Stokes. The elbow straight into the face of a white team player. The ball went back to Tyron. He shook off a defender with a pump fake and drew a foul beyond the arc. The cold-blooded Tyron knocked down all 3 free throws, finally cutting the lead down to 3 points. The red team players completely lost their composure. Their next layup missed badly, and Tyron pulled down the crucial rebound. At this point, Tyron was playing like the god of basketball himself. Bang! Another three-pointer connects, and the game is tied. After a quick steal, the white team called a timeout. While drawing up the play, Tyron told his teammates they're definitely going to double team me. If you get an open look, don't hesitate to shoot. Sure enough, the moment the ball was inbounded, Tyron was hit with a double team. Instead of forcing a tough shot, he kicked it out to his open teammate. The teammate caught and shot. The three was good, 74 to 71. The white team took the lead for the very first time. Just when everyone thought the red team had lost all hope, they answered right back with a three-pointer before anyone could even process what happened. What the hell is this really a high school game? With the last 34 seconds on the clock, the air in the gym was thick enough to cut with a knife, but Tyron stayed ice cold. He trusted his teammate once again, who kept his hot hand alive and drove in for the game-winning layup. In the end, Tyron Stokes led the greatest RW comeback of all time. Look at this dude, man.
I sell performance upgrades to German car owners, doing around 5 million in revenue last year. I do like it, but I'm working a lot. Question that's kind of come up a few times, which is like, how do you know when it's the right time to sell? Got a good offer?
Okay.
Is that appealing to you? Well, it's definitely enough to not have to work, I think, or figure it out. Make it like, yeah.
Let me just say this part. You're gonna work again.
Yeah. True.
Like, you can get drunk for like a week, and then you're like, I can't do this forever because then I will be an alcoholic. Do you have kids?
No.
Okay. Are you married?
Nope. It's a pretty good tip.
You're just gonna wake up and be like, you gonna golf? You know, like what? Like, I'm being so real with you though. Like, what would you do?
Well, to be honest, like a lot of people in here, had my head down in a warehouse in my house for the last decade, and it's like I just want to like go out and see stuff.
Yeah. So this is an entirely personal decision. I'm just walking you through how I think through it. One of the things that I know absolutely for certain is that we always want what we don't have. And so like single people want to get married people dream about the time they're single, people who have kids wish they could not have the kids for the day, people who don't have kids want to have kids. Employees want to be entrepreneurs wish they could just get a stable paycheck. Like it's endless. Like we always want what we can't have. And so the moment you sell the business, you'll wish you had the business.
Yeah.
If all of that's gone, you get rid of the good and the bad.
Yeah.
Then people forget about getting rid of the good. And so now you've got to somehow replace the good, which means you're going to start a business again. And then you're going to be like, fuck, I wish I had my whole team. I only say this having done this before. Like, you're like, I really wish I had all my people, but I can't because I just sold the company and I have a non-compete and I can't take them. Are you good at other stuff?
No.
Okay. I would encourage you before selling to see, like, is there a way that I can get the business to continue to make money and go out and see stuff? maybe that's probably once a quarter. Maybe every 12 weeks you take a week off.
Yeah, I already do that.
All right, every 6 weeks you take a week off. You can do whatever you want, obviously. I think that if you think about it from that frame, I don't know what you gain, and I think what you're hoping for is a guarantee from a world that will never give you one.
Okay, thank you. I sell per
Crazy. Fuck. I miss Christine. I. Yeah, I reach for you. I will watch the lecture.
Although that's going to be
So we can watch it at 1.5 and write some notes. We're doing legal shit this week, which is pretty nice. Catch up on the shit. And, let's check out our week for Toot as well. Okay. Okay, and you read the readings. Okay. Attempt these babies. Are they heavy? No, they look pretty short. Okay, more economics. Not the end of the world.
Actually, we can make a slow start now.
Nadal, they usually wait till 9:35.
Right.
More time for the students to join in.
Okay, we'll give it a couple of minutes because we've got
Yeah.
just introductory slides and the lecture's recorded, I guess. But we'll give it a couple of more minutes.
Yeah. 9:35 should be okay.
Okay. Yeah.
They look like they hate their job. I want to talk to that guy.
But I would usually be able to generate upwards of $100,000 in sales within that period of time. Now, content is a month. We have a workshop out here at my headquarters. You actually talk to my real team that does our marketing, does our emails, does our ads, does our copy, does our sales, does our finance, does our recruiting. The real people are doing this at a very high level. And what's really cool about that is that they can typically find and spot what the rates are in commissions, everything that it takes to cost to get a customer. Okay, all of those costs, you add them together, take our free. Upwork is
I want to live like Alex. He works a fuck ton. Which is great.
All right, Keitra. My name is Nadal Danoon, and it gives me great pleasure to be presenting this week for you. I briefly spoke to some of you in the first week, where we touched on some of those elements, legal elements that we're going to be going through for this course. This week, we're going to be going through some important legal content related to business decision making.
All right.
Contract law, dealing with consumers, Australian consumer law. We're going to touch on competition law as well, anti-competitive behaviour, although that's going to be covered in more detail in week 7. We're going to finish off with corporation law. So we've got a full lecture content for today. So you're going to have to bear with me. You're just going to have me for the entire lecture for this morning.
Yep.
But as we're just waiting, we're just about to go on to line 35. Just a couple of things that's
5 of 7 and utilitarian ethical approach.
because you asked me to remind you about week 4 consultation time. And
Dude, get to the point, bro.
as James spoke about it with corporate responsibility, and it talks about the internal stakeholders, the external stakeholders, and something important about the law and the legal consideration in relation to a business. The business want to make sure that it remains always at the side of the law because it's a sustainable business. And I was saying in the lecture yesterday morning that businesses will always prefer, regulation that they don't really like, as opposed to uncertainty. So they prefer certainty because when they know there is regulation and laws that's kind of applied in a certain way, then they'll build their business around it. So that's important. And it's important for a business to know, as I was, saying, in terms of where are the flags and to make sure the swing between the flags. And that's how the law will be kind of considered. Okay, that's where the business needs to consider the operating the law. And whether we're talking about, the internal stakeholders with employees and managers and owners, owners own responsibilities, and shareholders own responsibilities to managers and the employees of the company, as opposed to in the same way that employees have rights and responsibility in employment contracts. And the same as external stakeholders, whether they're suppliers and customers and creditors, there's this contractual obligation towards with the government, I guess, in terms of payment.
Let me get some, let's drink water.
Taxes is an example. So there are those legal relationship that kind of, it's almost like a spider web of legal relationship of rights and obligation that goes between those internal and external stakeholders. And you've probably seen the slide about
10,000 times. Is it hot? I dig it. That mean? you do. They were all yellow. I came along. I wrote a song for you and everything you do.
That's the stakeholders and how they operate. And again, throughout those different parts, even so much for the community, there is, for example, business responsibility towards the community to be socially responsible towards society. So there's all these legal rights and obligation and contractual obligation that
Transpires
through
through these different key stakeholders. So just to get us started for this morning, talk about the concept and the rule, particularly opening in a democracy in a Westminster system such as Australia, where we have, for example, the law. I've got another slide coming up on this. That's how the law is made in Parliament. But some important foundational concepts that's probably worth touching on before we move on. So going through this wheel, that's number one, is no one is above the law.
So even if you have, a minister or
A prime minister or a wealthy individual, for a superstar, okay,
if
if the law applied to all these people,
it would apply to every person on the street.
it will apply equally and fairly. No is above the law. In addition to the presumption of innocence that the person is until they're proven guilty, as innocent as such.
And believe you me, like some of those things
In Australia, we take them for granted. But if you travel around some part of the world, those things that we take for granted are treasured in parts of the world.
is something that they've never been able to
Sort of enjoy and live.
enjoy and live.
Okay, I've never seen that before. Very cool. Yeah, I reach for you. Dude,
So the presumption of innocence is important. Listen to it and pay attention to it, because that's a very important concept
in Australian consideration. So
whenever
whenever there's a new
proposed legislation in Australia, those new legislation, the intention of those new legislation to apply from the point they've been announced. So, for example, when a government announced changes in its budget, in its May budget, those changes, when they get voted on, will come into effect in that May budget when they get announced. Now, whether those announcements end up being laws or not, that depends whether they have enough numbers in the Parliament and the Senate for them to get passed. But what they don't do then, they don't apply them retrospectively, historically. And this is very important, because if I'm a business decision maker, I'm an executive,
I'm gonna make a decision based on the law they stand today in front of me.
okay?
So
So the law that stands today is how I'm going to be making my business decision. So if the law is to change tomorrow, I want to make sure that that's basically, it's not going to apply to my decision that I've made yesterday.
Yeah.
And that's what this one's saying. So the law applies from the point it gets introduced going forward, because it otherwise becomes unfair. And the example I gave in the yesterday's lecture, just for people to relate to,
if I made a business decision yesterday and the law was changed today, I shouldn't my decision yesterday shouldn't be compared with the law today, because I made it with retrospect to the law yesterday. Valid.
Adhering to the traffic rules and regulations. Now, if next week or next month they change the speed limit and they move it down to 40, they can't go back and fine you to say, well, a couple of weeks ago you were driving at 45 when the speed limit was 50. So that's an important concept. And if you look at the last budget, when they've announced significant changes, particularly related to negative gearing,
what they've done actually to the rules and regulations and changes passed, they'll apply from that announcement date.
Onwards. And what they do, we have a term we refer to it in law. They grandfather hold those who actually undertaken a particular transaction or decision before that date. Okay, so that's an important concept that I want to make sure that you guys understand it. So whenever there's a new law will apply from the date of the announcement onwards in the future, they can't apply retrospectively. Law is made in an open and transparent way. That people need to understand the law so they can actually adhere to it. And again, this is something it's very important here. Government agencies behave as model litigants. Now, a bit later we're going to talk about, for example, the ACCC taking businesses to court. They can't act as a bully. They're going to act as a model litigant where they present their argument and deal with it accordingly. In addition to fair and prompt trial. Now, the other important point just on this wheel is that separation of powers between legislative, executive, and judiciary. And that's critically important in a Westminster system that we have. So, for example, in Australia, the law is made in the Parliament. That's the legislature. Now, executive branch is effectively from the talk about the minister.
Australia has a Westminster system with the Australian Constitution above all, and then a Parliament and executive, and then the judiciary. These three keep each other in check.
Those working in government department. And there's a clear separation. Those regulators, for example, in the executive branch
cannot make a law.
And there's a clear line between them and who makes the law. In the same way, there's also a clear line between these two and the courts. The courts is independent. It's not appointed by the government of the day. Although they might have, influence the government of the day to sort of appoint the judges and the like, but the court is clearly independent from the government. Now, in other part of the world, you have a dictatorship. Those three are all the same, because whoever the dictator sits at the top appoints the judges that they like, write the laws that they like, etc. But in Australia, where we have the system, we have a clear separation, and that ensures that fair and transparent system that we have. People punish in accordance with the law, and the law administration is subject to open and free criticism. So people can criticize the law, and this is how sometimes they call for changes in the law reform.
Referendum?
And the law is known and accessible, and that's very important.
Referendum.
The law is known and accessible, and that fair and prompt trial.
Referendum.
I was saying in the lecture yesterday, sometimes you hear of cases people being on trial and in custody for years, and they say, well, without charges or without proper trial. That cannot happen here. So it has to be a fair process. So what I'm trying to sum up from all of these things are critical
for a business decision maker, for an executive, to ensure that they can run their business effectively, okay? And to ensure they can run a sustainable business. To know all these things, that they have a fair trial, they know the law, they can apply the law, and there is accessibility to understand that they need to actually work with, how they need to operate.
That's critically important.
Alrighty.
in terms of what the law got to do with it, the law is in the regulation made under create rules of the game. Like I said to you, it's like swimming between the flag. You need to know if you want to play whatever game, a football game or whatever, it's important for you to understand what are the rules. Otherwise, you can't just win a game. You can't even play a game without knowing the rules. And that's important here in terms of running a business. This ensure that business and consumer rights are protected in Australia. And this is the point I've said to you yesterday. Businesses will prefer unfavorable regulation rather than uncertainty because when they know what the rules of the game, they can operate within those rules. So, now in terms of the source of the law, and I've briefly touched this in week one, there are two main sources of the law in Australia. We have the Parliament, and that's the only body that can make statutory laws and legislation, the Parliament. And that's operate, we have a federation, with all our state conferring its powers to the Commonwealth to form federal legislation, but also state replicates that with rules and regulation related to the state. A bit later, for example, we're going to learn about property law that they are state-based. So, for example, if I live in New South Wales, I have certain laws operating in New South Wales jurisdiction, as opposed to Victoria and Queensland and Western Australia, etc. Okay? But also, as a person living in New South Wales, since I'm part of Australia, part of the Commonwealth, I'm subjected to rules operated in the federal sense. So later on, we're going to talk about corporations law. Corporations law is a federal law. The Australian Competition and Consumer Law is a federal law. So if you're a business, operate anywhere in Australia, you have to adhere to those laws. As opposed, if you're strictly talking about property laws, then you might be in New South Wales, which might be a little bit different than what it is in Victoria or South Australia, etc. So that's in terms of the law. So the Parliament, again, just to remind you, only the Parliament can produce statutory law, statutory legislation. Now, with regards to the second source of the law, that's the courts. And the common law, or what otherwise referred to as common law or judge-made law. Now, why are we referring to that? Because there are statutory interpretation of the law. So the law that's made in Parliament, the statutory law, that is effectively the grand umbrella. However, there's something we talk about the black letter of the law. So the law can be black or white, like say, okay, this is okay, this is not okay, this is allowed, this is not allowed. But what happens sometimes when something happens in between? What we know 100% is allowed and 100% not allowed. When something happens in between, if there's a grey area between the black and the white, between what we know is allowed or we know is not allowed. This is where the court comes in to say, well, there is no clear right or wrong here. There's just something in between. So the court comes in and applies judgment to interpret it. And over time, those judgments will create in law what we call precedents. And common law operates in a way in accordance with the court's hierarchy. So, for example, in Australia, the highest court of the land is the High Court in Canberra. Okay? But we have federal court, single and full bench, full federal court. We have Supreme Court. So if there is a decision...
High Court at Capital.
related to a specific situation or sets of circumstances that have been ruled in the High Court, a lower level hierarchy court such as the Supreme Court need to take this particular decision into account. Because again, it's an interpretation. And over the time, over the years, those start to form as common law. So just to repeat, there's two main sources of the law is
statutory law.
The statutory law in terms of at the federal level and at the state level, and common law, otherwise judge-made law, which is effectively the courts interpreting the statutory law that's made in Parliament. In terms of how the law is made in Parliament, again, just to remind you, we've got the Commonwealth, the federal law, but we also have state-based law. Now, they're kind of very similar process for both of them. So in the Commonwealth, in Canberra, we have the two houses. We have the lower house, Parliament, and we have the upper house, we can refer to it as the Senate. Now, every time there's a bill that's introduced, and the bill can be introduced by the government, but also there can be a private bill. So when the bill is introduced, it needs to pass the lower house, and generally the political party or the coalition that controls the lower house is the one that forms government. So if you're the government of the day, currently we have a Labour government, they control the lower house. They have enough numbers to get things through the lower house. But it doesn't always, and currently that's the situation, they don't have the numbers in the upper house. So just because they have the numbers in the lower house does not guarantee that they get a pass legislation all the way through. They can pass it in the lower house, the government, but in the upper house they need to make sure they have enough majority, enough numbers to pass bills through. And that's when then you host trading and negotiate with other factional parties, etc. Backbenchers. So, but the bill, and just to sort of make sure for those of you who are not across this, a bill is what gets introduced as a law before it becomes law. Because some bills, if they don't have the number, they don't get passed. They just lapse. So if a bill gets passed in the lower house and the upper house, and after a number of readings, obviously talk about three readings, then if it's passed both houses, the lower house and the Senate, the upper house, it gets sent through the Governor General for royal assent, which effectively to rubber stamp it, and then gets published, and that becomes law effective whenever it's supposed to come into effect. Now the states, like in New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, South Australia, Western Australia, and Tasmania, they have something similar. With the exception, Queensland does not have an upper house. Okay? They call them differently. They call them, in the state, they call them Legislative Assembly and Legislative Council as opposed to, the Parliament and the Senate. But similar principle, and they don't have a Governor General, but each state have a governor. So, but similar process, except, like I said, in Queensland, they just have the lower house. There's no upper house. Now, the court, again, comes in to sort of interpret, and based on this court hierarchy, there's created precedents. So if you're a lower level court, you have to sort of take into account and adhere to sort of a decision being made, particularly if it's a recent decision in a higher court setting. Now, tribunal, again, it's for administrative matter, and generally tribunal hears small claims in terms of dollar amounts for civil cases. And this is to ensure that the court doesn't get, and the court system doesn't get blocked with lots of small things, So the tribunal is designed to sort of remove some of the pressure on the court, because otherwise the court will be overwhelmed with small number of cases, but that's kind of much easier to be dealt with at the tribunal level. So the way to think of tribunal, for those of you who are not across the Australian system, but it's a kind of a mini court with deals with small civil claims, if you like. So now with the critical law that affected businesses, we're going to be talking about contract law. And by the way, contract law is predominantly common law. That's important to know. But we're going to look at the Consumer and Competition Law, and we're going to look at the Consumer and the Competition Act, and that's a federal law, a statutory law. Corporation law is a statutory law and also federal law. Same as privacy law. Now, property law are state-based, and we're going to talk about that. Now, the law often tries to reduce the power of imbalance. Now, what do we mean by the power of imbalance? This is to ensure, for example, that the consumer in a weaker bargaining position than a business. So to give you a specific example, let's say, for example, you're a small customer for one of the big banks, National Australia Bank, Commonwealth Bank, or Westpac. You're a customer, okay? Now, if there is a dispute between you and the bank got deeper pockets, they have big legal department, they can actually afford to put massive legal team, but you're just an individual, don't have the ability to spend, as much as a bank can spend on the legal costs. So the law is designed to ensure that those big businesses do not take advantage of their bargaining position and the weaker position. So it's designed to almost just provide a bit of a balance in this imbalanced area. But generally speaking, when it's we're talking about contracts between equals, it's between you and a colleague and somebody that's two individuals in similar bargaining powers, the court will just leave it to say whatever contract's been agreed between these two, they just leave it alone. But if a business trying to abuse its powers, we're going to talk a little bit about that later, then the court will step in and ensure that there's, not just the court, but also the regulators and the legislation is designed to protect consumers. But not just move on now, talk about contract law. So the contract law, again, just
You mean
to remind you, this is
compensation?
an important concept, is predominantly common law or judge-made law. So important concept to take into consideration. There are three key requirements for a contract, and we need all of them. Not one of them, we need all three for us to know that we have a contract. Number one, we need an agreement. And that's fair enough. You need to have two parties agreeing to a contract. There's an offer and there's an acceptance of that offer. The second point, there needs to be an intention for the two parties to enter into contract together. I gave an example yesterday in the lecture to say, if you're sitting next to a person and you just say, look, I bet you it's gonna, something. It's gonna rain after the lecture, or something like that. And if it doesn't rain, I'm just gonna give you my car. Well, there is no intention to enter into contract. You're just in a conversation. You're kidding with each other. So there has to be an intention for the two parties, not just to agree into something, but to have the genuine intention to enter into this agreement. Now, there can be an agreement between family members because it's not uncommon for a family member to sell a share of a business to another or to sell a property to another. It's not uncommon. Now, the other important point is a consideration. There has to be consideration. That consideration could be financial or otherwise. So, for example, you buy someone else's car for $5,000, or you sell somebody your car to someone else. In return, they might do some work on your house, or paint your house, or fix your house, as an example. So it has to be a consideration. I've mentioned in the next. Yesterday, sometimes you hear a business getting sold for $1, and you say, people say, well, what's $1? So why don't you just sell it for nothing? The reason is for the contract to be valid, there has to be a consideration, even if it's a $1, something of value. Now, so once we have a contract, once we have those three things, we have a contract. Okay? We have an agreement. Remember, those three things. one of them. Agreement, intention, and consideration. Once we have those three, the question to say, can we enforce a contract? The short answer, we can enforce a contract providing on those important things happening. One, there's legal capacity. Okay? So for example, before I get started, a party must be legally capable. They have the capacity to enter into a contract, legally capable. What's an example? And just to follow up on this point, so they must be capable to enter a contract. They must understand what they're doing. So examples where we have issues here, for example, minors, intoxicated individual, mental capacity. Again, if you to see a child on the street with a nice bike and just give them a bit of lollies and chocolate, say, yeah, can I give you these chocolate and lollies? Can you return off your bike? And the kid might say, oh great, I'm getting some lollies. Do that, but the kid does not have the power to enter into contract. That contract can never be enforceable. Okay, because minors, somebody who's 5 years old, cannot enter into contract, is not capable of understanding what they do. In the same way, if you have a drunken person, try to talk to a drunken person who's wasted in a pub and try to sort of buy their house or their car or buy something like that. They don't know what they're doing. They don't understand what they're doing. In the same thing as somebody who's not mentally stable, does not have the mental capacity. So for us to enforce a contract, we need to make sure people know what they do. Otherwise, the contract can be void. So if there's a contract that's been entered, although this contract, for example, a drunken person might say, sure, yes, I agree to your offer, yeah, no problem. And there's, I want to buy this for $100, buy my car for $100, sure, no problem. But he's intoxicated. That contract cannot be enforceable. In the same way, you need a genuine consent. And so, although we need an intention, but you need a genuine consent. So, for example, you can't, you want to buy somebody else's car, you can't just put a gun to their head to sell you the car for the price that you want. Also, you can't have, doesn't have to be in terms of physical duress, but could be undue influence. You hear of a story where you have, an elderly man marrying a young mistress, and they want to sort of put influence on them to give them all the inheritance to them, as opposed to their children from previous marriage. As well as misrepresentation. If you try to cheat on somebody to agree to something, that's considered misrepresentation, and that contract cannot be enforceable. The other important point, legality of purpose. Now, you can't enter into contract killing. You can't enforce a contract by paying somebody to get printed and documented. It can be verbal, like handshake can be considered to be a contract. But in this sense, it's important to ensure that there's certain contracts, for example, sale of real estate, real property, house sale, they have to be physical contracts. Even though they get email or PDF, you have a physical contract, and there's now electronic signature, but they have to be like this. You can't buy and sell a house based on a verbal, exchange. And just to make sure everybody, maybe a couple of people can just give me thumbs up to say that they still hear me okay. Just say yes. Okay, I'm breaking a bit. Now Tay is saying I'm breaking a bit now. Is it better now, Tay, or are you still? Okay, better now. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay, so just to sort of make sure that we've covered these points, so So those points, so we talked about those 3 points first. Um, those 3 points here that we must have them for us to have a contract, agreement, intention, and consideration. Those other points, once you have those three, will make sure that you can enforce a contract, and the contract's not going to be void. You've got to make sure there's legal capacity of the people entering into contract. There's genuine consent. Okay, you're not putting guns to somebody else's head, for example. And you must enter the object that you're agreeing must be legal. You can't have a contract to do something illegal. And like I said, some contract can be verbal with handshakes. The other contracts, such as property sale, has to be in a form of in writing, so it has to be a physical document. Now, I want to introduce you to some important concept here. It's called the privity of contract, and you've got to pay attention to this. And by the way, there's just when I tell you to pay attention, that means there's these things going to be. accessible as well. So the privilege of contract is effectively saying when you have to act on lying, they end up going, the business going bad. The stability is the Competition and Consumer Act. And the Australian Consumer Law deals with those things to protect consumers arising from that imbalance. A business has lots of powers, and a small individual, job like average person on the street who may not have anywhere near the powers. So the law is designed to protect the, the vulnerable. And the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission is the regulator, the ACCC. And when I say the regulator, they administer the act. They don't make the act, they administer the act, but they have powers to enforce the act, and those powers are quite substantial, could be substantial. Now, there are several issues that falls within the Australian Consumer Law. Misleading or deceptive conduct, when people try to mislead and deceive people to buy something or enter into contract. And if the contract's entered based on misleading and deceptive conduct, the law is there to protect the consumer. In the same way, false and misleading. Now, unconscionable conduct, that's very serious. Okay? Now, false and misleading is serious, but not as serious as unconscionable conduct. So I'm going to give you kind of those, the blacks and the shades of grey, effectively. Now, you might have unfair contracts, which obviously the Act deals with. Consumer guarantee, we're going to talk about product safety and harmful selling practices as well. So, as a fundamental basic business rule, within the ACL, Schedule 2, and ACL, the Australian Consumer Law, sits within the bigger umbrella of the Competition and Consumer Act. And Section 18 says specifically, a person must not, in trade or commerce, engage in conduct that's misleading or deceptive, or likely to mislead or deceive. Okay? So do not just say, oh, I didn't intend to mislead. If it's likely to mislead, not based on what you think, based on an independent, third-party, reasonable person, that actually the law applies to it. The section of the law is the basis of many legal cases, and again, it's the heart of consumer law that applies equally also to business between business. And I really want you to pay attention to this. So the Australian consumer law applies between consumer and a business, but sometimes you have a business dealing with a bigger business. So for example, you can have a small business, a mum and dad cafe, dealing with a big bank or dealing with a big supplier. So you got a motion in their stores to say, bake today, freshly baked in store. It was a bread promotion. Now what they find in this particular case, that Coles was telling kind of half the truth or two-thirds of the truth, not quite the full truth. Because what actually was happening, Coles was bringing this partially frozen baguette, if you like, and putting it in the oven to fully cook them. So it was not actually fully baked as if, baking the flour and the water. And
it was baked today. It was prepared yesterday. So it was baked. Come on, bro.
Quite like this was already coming half frozen and then fully baking it in store. But because they weren't actually telling the full truth, they were found to be misleading. They were fined with $2.5 million, and effectively received a fine. So this case did not actually rise to the scale of unconscionable conduct. Coles was not intended to really just deceive, and it was like the promotion, but just you need to be fully transparent. Okay, and that's one case. So that's the Coles case. Samsung's case is something along those lines. Again, they had a misleading water resistance. So they glorified that water resistance, and they found that to be misleading, and therefore fined $14 million. Again, it wasn't unconscionable conduct. It was not like the Ahmadiyya's case, for example, but they found that they weren't very truthful. Okay, they were exaggerating, because sometimes businesses want to glorify something to ensure they can make a sale. So those two cases, the Coles case and the Samsung case, they went under misleading representation. They were misleading. It's unconscionable contract. The contract will be void, basically. So one important point, and pay attention to those points that I have highlighted in color and underlined. So it must be more than unfair, okay? Because remember, what fair could be and unfair could mean different things to different people. But it needs to be more than simply unfair. It needs to be something more serious. It must be against conscience as judged against norms of society. So the Amaria's case, the courts found it to be against conscience and judges to actually get elderly parents that don't understand a loan contract agreeing to something without understanding it. And it must be harsh and oppressive, beyond commercial bargaining. It must be deliberate, involve serious misconduct. Again, unfair and unreasonable. And sometimes it's like it's a balance, right? It's a combination of lots of things. But it needs to be more than just unfair. It needs to be, again, oppressive, harsh, unreasonable, deliberate, serious misconduct, against conscience, judged against norms of society. Now, the reason I'm touching on these things, particularly in the final assessment that you're going to have, where you're going to be assessing a case, and if there's unconscionable conduct coming in, they're the sort of things you need to make reference to see where the balance is. Is that kind of misleading representation, or is it a bit more serious? Such as unconscionable conduct. Now, section 22, and this is the actual section, it specifies some of the things it looks at. And again, I've tried to underline those keywords in there, talking about, for example, the customer could understand. But that was the Amadia's case. Reasonably necessary. And that last point, acting in good faith. You know, is there failure to disclose? You know, so you look at all of these things, and you know, were they there and were they not there? And based on this, you try.
Okay, so there's a case that led to the first, basically, unconscionable conduct. And it was like a ton of different things. The father of that person didn't know shit, they were old, they were illiterate, they didn't have any language skills. The bank knows this, and then the bank still lets it happen and communicate correctly. I wish.
see whether there is actually, you know, an unconscionable conduct or not. Sorry, just moved on the slide. So those sorts of things what the court looks at, and I think summarized in this particular slide. So just pay attention to this slide. But this kind of gives you more broader of the actual law as well, kind of the so-called scaffolding. So we've looked at so far at the Coles case and the Samsung's case, and in both those cases, the court found did not rise to unconscionable conduct, was misleading representation. Now we're going to look at the Telstra case, and with the Telstra case, we're going to look at the Telstra case as an example of what came up to be by the court as unconscionable conduct. So the ACCC took Telstra to court, and at the end of that case, Telstra was ordered to pay $50 million for engaging in unconscionable conduct. So the court found in this case there was unconscionable conduct. So effectively, the court went in and found some element of these two slides in what Telstra was doing, and they were charged with unconscionable conduct. What was the story with Telstra? Telstra is one of those Telstra stores that you see in shopping centres and retail stores. It had, Telstra branded stores, and in this particular case, a period of 2.5 years, Telstra stores sold post-mobile contracts to Indigenous Aboriginal people who did not understand and could not afford the product and services. Can you see the resemblance here in the Amaria's case? With the bank, with the loan, the child, that's what happened here. So clearly here, the court find, in this case, that there's things were done that arose to the level of unconscionability that's required. Because those people actually entered this contract, they entered into contract they could not afford and they did not understand. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with the way these contracts, generally the way these contracts gets sold, the people who are actually selling the contract, they might receive some commission or some bonus based on every contract they're selling. So they were trying to sell contracts so they can make commission and bonuses to staff, but unfortunately they were selling it to people that they can't understand, they could not afford, and maybe in some instances they didn't even need. So in this case, the court was directed Telstra to implement adequate control and to remediate these conduct, basically ensure that compensate those people who actually lost money, and they were ordered to pay a $50 million fine. So that's the Telstra case. Now one more case, just to sort of complete the picture, and that is the ACCC versus Mazda. Now in this particular case, Mazda had an issue with one of its models where there was a regular repair, recall and repair, and delay in actually excuses in actually people complaining about their cars, and they refused to give refunds of the cars, but rather they just kept getting people to come back and getting their car repaired. There was a recall. So in this particular case, it was definitely an inconvenience suffered by the consumer. However, in this particular case, the ACCC, if you look at the judgment of the full court, that's and as well as Justice O'Halloran with the federal court, the single judge, the single judge, and that's the wording from the judgment. He said, although Mazda's conduct can accurately be characterized as appalling customer service, the work was appalling, and although customers were rightly frustrated with the delaying excuses that Mazda was causing them and not squarely addressing their complaint, Mazda's conduct was not, in my view, to be characterized as unconscionable. Okay? So can you see that first paragraph? So in the eyes of the Justice O'Halloran, to say it was not unconscionable. The matter was appealed to the full federal court, and the ACCC client's and its representation were misleading, the conduct did not amount to unconscionable conduct, as did not diverge sufficiently from community standards of acceptable business practices. So can you see here, the full federal court did not see enough in this case to judge it in the same way they judged the Telstra case. Okay? So they didn't find it. They said, okay, look, there are probably these things they should be proud of. It was appalling customer service, which is the single judge referred to it, but not unconscionable conduct. So as you can appreciate now, we've dealt with calls, with misleading representation, with who might have mortgaged their home, their family home to actually get a loan to start a business. They need to be protected. So if there's unfair terms of contract, it needs to be. Now, when it's considered to be unfair, again, Section 24 talks about those three things. Now, what's important about this, guys, is all of these conditions. So for it to be unfair, there must be significant balance and not reasonable and necessary to protect legitimate interests and cause detriment. Must be all three. And detriment, that means financial loss or otherwise. Loss of property or loss of physical money. So they need to be all three to be unfair contract. Now, an example can be, sorry, I'm going to give you an example a bit later, but generally speaking, sometimes people say, oh, well, this particular contract, actually deal with it. Now, so that's kind of with unfair contract. Now, also in some instances, there might be a contract that's get entered to. The contract is fine, it's got offer and acceptance, they've agreed to it, intention and everything. But sometimes some contracts require certain basic guarantees, okay? Particularly in respect of goods. Number one, it must be of acceptable quality, okay? It must be fit for purpose. So if you buy a washing machine, it needs to wash your clothes. It must match the description. You know, if you say, you know, you buy a coffee machine, this coffee machine will make, you know, espressos and make cappuccinos, it's got to match that description. It's got to sort of do what it says. It must be able to have some form of repair facilities and parts, etc. So that's kind of some of those basic things that comes with the goods. So we talked about contract, that's what's in the contract, we talked about fair terms, but also there has to be those basic things. And generally speaking, when people have an issue with an item that's, you know, particularly they take it, you know, to Department of Fair Trading, whatever, fit for purpose is a big thing. To say, I bought this to do this, and that's what it says it does, but it doesn't do it. Okay? Like I said to you, kettle's supposed to boil water, a toaster's supposed to toast for final assessment as you try to develop a case and try to substantiate a case. You might refer to those cases. But the entrance here does, though, corporations, they found that through that streaming subscription, they said consumers were not entitled to the refund, they were excluded statutory guarantee, and they were restricted to modify the statutory guarantee and warranty of acceptable quality. So they found it to actually be going beyond what the law. So there was this basic guarantee to say, you know, that's I talked about fit for purpose, match the description, acceptable quality. They found some issues with Gulf Corporation. And again, this is, again, I'm not asking you to sort of be, you know, across all the little granular detail of the case, but just to give you this important thing to sort of real example to say, okay, that's how you can actually tackle issues related to consumer guarantee if they don't meet those important requirements. Now, look, we sort of trying to wrap up now towards the end. So product safety is another thing that businesses are very serious on. For example, that's one I gave you at the bottom in red. The engineer stand, the Caesar stand that you see them in kit. Any questions so far? So, talked about the Australian consumer law sits substantially effect to say to sell their bread and milk for no less than $10 for a loaf of bread and $10 for 2 liters of milk. But then, to merge, it does, it's substantially less than competition. Amcor ended up was not pursued because they applied successfully for that leniency. Because with a cartel, if you have, you know, one player goes and it's like, you know, departure and destination. Now, as I said, they found busy was strike. There's a contract here that's, the thing is in this particular example, trying to sort of say why, you know, we consider an airline ticket not in the same way we consider every contract. So when you guys buy, you know, a ticket to fly, you know, Sydney to Melbourne or fly even abroad, you have a flight date, flight time, flight, you know, departure and destination. Now, if you want to apply the strict terms of the contract as an agreement, then the party must adhere to this. Now, airline gets a bit of a leeway, okay? And in a sense, when you purchase a ticket, there is not a kind of enforceable contract to do exactly that no matter what, but rather a promise to fly. And the reason being, sometimes, even though that I've actually had a ticket to fly from Sydney to Melbourne at 6 a.m. to get to Melbourne at 7 a.m. because I'm presenting at a conference in central Melbourne at you know, 7:30, 8 a.m., my flight might get delayed. So might not end up getting on the flight
Dumbass.
at about 8 or 8:30 and might miss my conference I was going
Can
to be
go
presenting.
earlier.
Now, so why is that looked differently? Because the ticket that I've purchased from Qantas, for example, is a promise to fly. And Qantas, although they need to exhaust all reasonable endeavours to fulfil that promise to fly me from Sydney to Melbourne, and in some cases,
They can't.
the way just by the nature of the way airline business operates, there could be an emergency weather condition. There could be issue related to flight safety, that the plane is not that has some issues and they order it to be grounded, not to fly. There could be several things. So, in a sense here, airline businesses get this not so much a special treatment to say, promise to fly as opposed to contract. It's more by the nature of the business, okay? Because sometimes you might be flying, Sydney to Europe, but there might be an emergency landing somewhere in Asia. You say, and then you might need to stay overnight there. You say, I've actually paid for a ticket to fly Sydney to Paris, not Sydney to some other part of the world. But things can happen, and that will be over and above and outside the control of the airline business. And that's due, again, not so much a special treatment for this particular business, but rather the uncertainty, the emergency rules, and the general operation of the business, including flight safety, that will dictate it. So that's why airline tickets considered more of a promise to fly. But this does not mean that airline business will try to milk it for its worth and try to muck people around. Airlines still need to do everything reasonable, everything within their power, or reasonable endeavour to fulfil that flight, that promise to fly. But just now wrapping up, just a couple of other things that I want to talk about. So far we've talked about consumer law, competition law. We talked about Bellstrop, but limited by shares. Although there are those companies, particularly in the mining industries and startups, might be limited by guarantees, etc. When a company is created, it will have an Australian company number. Got the 13 privacy principle coming up. But effectively, if a business wants to take your private detail, your residential address, your date of birth, personal medical detail, they have to protect it. The way they collect it. Here, for example, if you go work for a financial service, particularly for a financial service institution and any other business, one of the accreditation that they will make you do is to make sure they understand your privacy law. Because think about somebody who works in a bank. They have access to the system that can tell them about where people live, how much income they earn. They've got a lot of private information, and that must be protected and taken seriously. So privacy laws is important. Now, remember I've mentioned there are some laws at the Commonwealth level, some at the state level. A property law is an example where dealt with at the state level, particularly for real property, is state and territory. So if you're purchasing a property in New South Wales, you're going to apply the New South Wales provisions and legislation as opposed to Victoria, Queensland, etc. Although there is lots of similarity across the board, they end up harmonising these things because somebody in Queensland might buy a property in New South Wales and vice versa, etc. But effectively, they're still state-based level.
Anchor, just to learn this. If you get stressed or anxious very easily, this is not for you. I barely ever get stressed before I started this job, and I was stressed out of my mind every day. Also, I know multiple friends who have had panic attacks in the bathroom. If you value work-life balance at all, the balance is 100% work and 0% life. If you're very creative, the only creative outlet you'll have is rearranging the slides so that everything's aligned and pretty. If you're super into wellness in investment banking is only having one coffee a day and ordering salad as your takeout dinner every night. Lastly, this was my reason. If you already know what you want to do in the long term and it's not in finance, then there are plenty of other really cool, interesting, fun, high-paying jobs where you don't have to sacrifice everything else in your life to do. I spent months of my life
We're gonna have a good old cheap meal tonight, baby. Okay, let's see what we got. This is not really like a plate. You cook with. This is
watch it all down with good old energy drink stuff today.
Well, no, look, I don't know if you know.
As opposed to personal
so
property such as unregulated personal property and securities, it might be the laws that own joint people
bro, this
and
guy should
property,
shut up, bro.
where or with a sibling or with a relative, you still want or enter into that by the law and enforce and it's on those.
Thank God, bro. That's a hard life. Studying law? No, thank you. No, thank you. Lecture. Pre-toot? You know what? I'll just wing the calculus lecture tomorrow. Or fucking watch it on the way to fucking school or some bullshit. But do you need to watch the pre-toot or do the pre-toot? Come on. You got it. So you just want me to read this, right? Okay, I'll read this in bed. These questions. Gosh, it's a 2 hour like. Yeah, it's a 2 hour toot. It's pretty nice. It's not bad. Okay, I gotta start the consistency again. I have not been doing a lot of work. I think we'll just start with lab test. And then we'll do the Comm1100 tutorials. And we'll just kind of finish up the lectures and shit. Course spec. I haven't seen the calc course spec. I haven't seen it in a while. I used it a lot. A lot or no? No, I mean I could do most of them. Really, it is short. Go to finish your Taylor series. You go do some short stuff on arc length. mean, it looks a lot lighter, honestly, which is nice. I like that. Algebra has stats, eigenvalues, eigenvectors, and statistics. Doesn't look too hard. Chi-square tests, uh, some binomial distributions, and these are fun. I like these. I actually understand most of these guys after some time. I'm going to read the reading on my bed.